Just thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to take your seats, please, I think we are ready to start. We've just had one or two people coming in at the back there. Just to tell you that there is interpretation between Spanish and English, if you need it. There is interpretation between Spanish and English, and there are headsets at the back there. I'll just wait for these last few people to come in. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. No, I'm going to still wait for more people coming in, because there we are. The door is closing. There are no seats left anyway, so it's a full house. Good morning to everybody. Welcome. My name is Kathy Smith. I'm going to be moderating throughout the day. I love the fact that there are palm trees everywhere in this hotel. We did not arrange that. In fact, I was wondering whether it was actually real. I thought it was perhaps plastic, but it is actually real. I know nothing of its origins. But as you know, we are talking about how sustainable palm oil can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. We are asking questions such as, why should Europe even care? Why should producing companies actually take action? What sort of partnership can happen between so many different players? We want to take stock today, find out what's going on, because I know there's an awful lot going on, and we want to then talk about what more can be done in the future. It's complex, it's fascinating, it's hugely important, and clearly that's you're aware of that by the fact that there are so many people in this room. We are going to have some very good conversations. But before we start all that, I'd like to hand you over to your real hosts. And first of all, Roberto Torri, who is the chair of the Spanish Foundation for Sustainable Palm Oil.
Buenos días a todos, good morning. Para los españoles que no entienden el inglés, no se preocupen porque en inglés lo entienden hasta los niños, así que no os preocupéis. Good morning everybody, dear ministers of Malaysia and Indonesia, members of the Spanish Parliament, senators and other public administration officials. Welcome to everyone and thank you for coming. It is an honor for me, as President of the Spanish Foundation for Sustainable Palm Oil, to hold the European Conference here in Spain. Thank you, EPOA, for choosing our country. I hope you feel at home. For those who don't know us, the foundation I represent is a non-profit organization made up of companies committed to the use of sustainable palm oil, and which has among its objectives that 100% of the palm oil that it uses be sustainable. In addition, we work to improve the knowledge and perception of this ingredient through rigor and scientific evidence. We have a long job ahead of us in Spain, but it is an exciting challenge, and we are optimistic because those of us inside the foundation, surrounded by experts, are aware of the reality of palm oil. Since the beginning of 2017, we have lived through a period with a tremendous amount of information about palm oil in Spain. Social networks and unchecked information have been the main drivers of a hoax that has reached everywhere. We have experienced in the first person that a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes true. And some companies which should be the most interested in defending consumers have not been up to the task, using the ingredient as a weapon in their marketing strategies. I would like to use my intervention to dismantle some false myths that have been created around palm oil. The first one, it doesn't cause cancer. All the food we find in the market in the European Union is completely safe. We have never had safer food than the food we have today. Moderate consumption of products that includes palm oil in a healthy and balanced diet doesn't pose a health problem. We must make society aware of the importance of active lifestyles and a varied diet. Today's market is consumer-driven, but let's not use false message to deceive them. Free labels distort the consumer perception. A palm oil-free product is not better for the environment than the product with palm oil. A palm oil-free product has no better nutritional qualities than a product with palm oil. A palm oil-free product is no safer than a product with palm oil. We are investigating what is the actual consumption of palm oil in Spain, although there are media that have published that each person consumes 60 kilos per year. That's false. Firstly, because in Spain it is consumed as an ingredient, as you know, in certain products for occasional consumption and on many occasions mixed with other oils. And secondly, because we are in a country with a Mediterranean diet where the main oil consumed are olive and sunflower, and nobody consumes 60 kilos of any of these. Palm oil is not the biggest contributor to global deforestation, whilst many other industries have a large impact on the rate of deforestation, like beef, soy, and wood. Palm oil is often identified as the main driver. We must clarify the link between palm oil production and deforestation by distinguishing between sustainable palm oil production, which respects forest land, and uncontrolled palm oil production. The survival of the planet depends on the use of sustainable palm oil. On a planet with a limited cultivation area and growing global population, we must take advantage of the efficiency of the oil palm, which is 5 times more productive than any other fruit from which oil is extracted. Therefore, both from the Spanish Foundation and from EPOA and RSPO, we encourage companies to use sustainable certified palm oil to preserve biodiversity and the development of local communities where it is produced. But this work involved in boosting palm oil is a task for all. We do our work in Spain and Europe, but the effort must be supported by all the agents in the chain. A real commitment is required to achieve a transparent and sustainable palm oil supply chain, free from deforestation and exploitation, and the collaboration of governments, NGOs, industry, and the trader is essential. We hope this conference will shed some light at the time of informative darkness, where fake news crush everything they touch. Today we have a leading program of experts to analyze the importance of palm oil in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and now we can achieve the 100% sustainable palm oil goal in Europe by 2020. Europe has a very important role to lead this transformation towards 100% sustainable palm oil, not just in this one continent, but around the world. And as we gather here today at the European Palm Oil Conference, we hope to inspire a long-lasting positive global movement. Thank you for all coming.
Thank you very much indeed, and a really strong message there to start us off, that the survival of the planet depends on sustainable palm oil. You can't get bigger than that. So now I'd like to invite our second opening speaker, Frans Claassen, who is the chair of the European Palm Oil Alliance, managing director of MVO, the Netherlands Oils and Fats Industry. Frans.
Buenos dias. Good morning. Selamat pagi. The Honorable Minister Teresa Kok, Minister of Primary Industries from Malaysia, Honorable Mr. Enggartiasto Lukita, the Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellencies Ambassadors and representatives of the producing countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Honduras, Guatemala, Ghana, and also Nigeria. All representatives from the national alliances in Europe, very much welcome, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at EPOC 2018, and good to be in Spain. My name is, like said, Frans Claassen, and as chair of the European Palm Oil Alliance, it's a pleasure and honor to have you here at the 6th European Palm Oil Conference in the beautiful city of Madrid. A special thanks to Roberto Torri and his team from the Spanish Foundation for Sustainable Palm Oil, because without your support and hospitality, we could not arrange this conference. EPOA is also thankful for the support we receive from our palm oil producing countries, Malaysia and Indonesia, and we are looking forward with our cooperation with the National Federation of Colombian Palm Oil Growers in the future. EPOA was established in 2012 because the European palm oil refiners were of the opinion that there was a need for a more balanced debate on palm oil in Europe. I strongly believe that the reason for our existence has not changed. We all know that the palm oil image in Europe is negative. And that is partly due to the lack of information, knowledge, and understanding. Our aim is to provide information and a platform for a balanced and fact-based debate on the whole palm oil story. Why we use palm oil in food? What are the nutritional, functional, versatile, but also sustainability aspects of palm oil? Yes, the EPOA members and our 10 European palm oil alliances, together with the food industry associations in Brussels, we support 100% uptake of sustainable palm oil in Europe. To be able to provide a good platform for debate and dialogue, it's important that we have as many stakeholders involved as possible. We are honored that today we have participants from over more than 25 countries, representing 4 continents: Asia, Latin America, Africa, and Europe. Your attendance today from all over the world shows the importance of the subject that we are currently having. A special thanks, of course, to speakers of today of FAO, ILO, Amsterdam Declaration Group, MPOC, Indonesian growers, IDH, the Sustainable Trade Initiative, our partner in a project on monitoring of the uptake of sustainable palm oil, NGOs, Wageningen University, and many others. Without your presence and contribution, we could not organize this conference or create a platform for a balanced and fact-based debate. As said before, and also shown by monitoring reports, the image of palm oil is negative because of several reasons. Of course, sustainability is a hot topic, but also in some countries, the health and food safety or the social impacts of palm oil are discussed. I believe it has to do with several aspects, but let me highlight 2 aspects. I think first of all, the palm oil tree and palm oil as a product is not known in Europe. We have a Dutch saying, unknown makes unloved. And I think this is a part of the reason. Secondly, over the years we have seen a continuous flow of and a broad range of negative reports of many European-based NGOs and media. Yes, I believe in the importance of transparency and the right of NGOs and media to address concerns. However, I have missed so far reports on the many projects or work done on the ground in producing countries to make our palm oil supply chain more sustainable. No, our industry is not fully sustainable yet. Will we ever be? The essence of sustainability is continuous improvement. So we acknowledge that we need to continuously work to improve our industry. But I believe that our industry, the governments and many constructive NGOs and even the consumers have one common objective: a sustainable palm oil production and consumption. Personally, I do not believe that campaigns that addresses only the challenges we face without providing constructive dialogue and solutions will really help. On the contrary, these campaigns can be and are being perceived as smear campaigns against the whole industry. In my opinion, it does not give recognition or credits to the many good efforts and initiatives that have been taken by many stakeholders. The consequence is that industries, governments and investors are moving away from palm oil, move away from the whole industry, move also away from solutions. And the negative campaigns also justify the use of the no palm oil logo for many companies. I think all of you here, we agree that no palm oil is no solution. No palm oil is no solution for reasons of sustainability. No palm oil is no solution for health or nutrition. No palm oil is no solution for the social impact in developing countries. No palm oil is no solutions if we want to implement the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I believe that sustainable palm oil production and consumption is the solution. So yes, I believe and I say yes to sustainable palm oil. So if you ask me what is needed to stop the negative trend and to ensure that palm oil can become a sustainable product valued by Europe and the world, I have 3 main suggestions. Firstly, we look at ourselves, the palm oil industry. We need to clean up our own supply chain and get rid of unsustainable palm oil practices, while at the same time we need to increase the productivity of our smallholders. I believe that even a minority of the palm oil, if a minority of the palm oil producers do not apply to the minimum requirements of sustainability, and if palm oil continues to be related to deforestation, it will be a very and hardly impossible task in Europe to improve our image. But having said that, I applaud the fact that many players in the palm oil industry have already made commitments and have started working to stop deforestation and active in making our palm oil sustainable. I know, and we all know, this is not a quick fix. But more and more companies are committed to voluntary standards like RSPO and ICC, or have implemented the mandatory standards of government standards like ISPO and MSPO, as well as company commitments on no deforestation, no peat or exploitation. Traceability dashboards of palm oil producers and refiners increase the necessary transparency in the whole supply chain. We also see examples of commitments and projects to support smallholders, introduce replanting schemes, and start projects on verified sourcing areas. Governments in palm oil producing countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, but also in Colombia have and are taking more and more responsibility and are developing and implementing the mandatory government standards. I think it's important these standards raise the bar of the whole industry. So I applaud the zero deforestation commitments of Colombia, Malaysia, and also the recent Indonesian moratorium on deforestation. At the same time, I urge the governments and the palm oil producers and the industry to take the implementation of these commitments seriously. As palm oil sector, we know that we will be judged not on our commitments, but on our actions. Governments, institutions, and NGOs that demand zero deforestation have, in my opinion, an obligation to be also a constructive partner in the solutions. I invite, therefore, NGOs also to work with the producing countries and industry to create the change needed. At the same time, all stakeholders, industry, governments, and civil society organizations also need to understand and recognize the continuous growth in demand for vegetable oil in the world. This is also the case for the most productive vegetable oil, palm oil. A sustainable supply chain of palm oil in the near future without deforestation is only possible if we increase the productivity of our smallholders. My second suggestion. Yes, we need more concrete actions from the European stakeholders. Today, the uptake figures of the sustainable palm oil in Europe will be presented. But I can already tell you there is still a gap between commitments and actions. We all know that the supply of sustainable palm oil is higher than the demand. And that is not a good incentive for the palm oil producers to be more sustainable. So I call upon the European food industry and the European retail to implement their commitments for sustainable palm oil 100% in 2020. To start soon, because 2020, that is already tomorrow. From the European governments and European commissions that promote also zero deforestation, I expect also support and concrete actions to support the sustainable palm oil development in the producing countries, and especially those of the smallholders. Third suggestion, and that brings me also to the topic of today. The need for a proactive storytelling on the positive contribution sustainable palm oil can play for implementing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As we all know, palm oil, sustainable palm oil, is important for the socio-economic development of many palm oil producing countries. It supports millions of smallholders, provides work and income in rural areas, and also helps halt deforestation. We need to explain our commitments towards sustainable palm oil. We need to proactively talk about our actions, the positive developments and projects that are implemented, the progress that is being made, and at the same time also acknowledge that we face challenges to make our palm oil more sustainable. But yes, I am proud, and we learned that yesterday in the expert session, we need to be proud of our industry, what we already have achieved, because we all share a common ambition to move to 100% sustainable palm oil. I call upon all partners, the palm oil producers, industry, governments and NGOs, who believe in the future of sustainable palm oil to create a movement for more action. Today I'm looking forward to discuss with you and listen to you, first to the challenges we have, secondly to the possibilities we face, but most importantly the actions we can take together. I wish you all a very inspirational conference, and I thank you very much again for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Frans, and the message that there isn't a quick fix, but the industry will be judged not on the commitments but on actions. And so we are going to hear a lot more of these potential actions, what's actually happening at the moment and what more can be done in our conversations as the day goes on. Now, because we want to not only hear from people here on the stage, but we want to hear from you as well, we are using a conference app, an interactive tool called Buzzmaster, which enables you to ask questions and us to ask you questions. And the person who's going to tell us all about it, Michael Arish-Stephenson, who's here, who is Mr. Buzzmaster himself.
True.
So,
Ooh, I'm quite loud. Hi, good morning, everybody.
So tell us, Michael, how it's going to work, and let's try it out.
Will do. Hi, I'm Michael from Buzzmaster. I was here last year, and I was in Bali, so I saw a number of you as well, and others in previously, where were we? I forgot which country. In Brussels, I believe. Toch? Yeah. It's a very easy system. You just need to get out your smartphone. Anybody not have a smartphone, then you're out, but that's okay. I'm sure everybody has one. Just one thing, disclosure is we are GDPR compliant, which means that we don't do anything with your data and we don't actually access your phone. But if you take out your smartphone, there are 3 easy steps that you can do to get on this screen. What we do is we'll ask you questions, but there's also a lot of experience here, and we'd like to share your knowledge, and you can ask speakers questions related to their topic. So it's a good opportunity for you to ask them questions as well. So please take out your phone and go to the Wi-Fi settings. It's 2018, you should be able to find those. Once you have found your Wi-Fi settings, connect to the Buzzmaster network. It should be the network at the top of the list of your Wi-Fi settings. Yeah? Connect to the Buzzmaster network. Then you open your browser, whether that's, what is it, Safari or Chrome or Explorer, it doesn't matter, Opera, anything. And you type in buzzmaster.io. The steps are at the top of the screen as well. And you'll be asked to agree. That has to do with the GDPR settings. And then you'll be asked to type in your name. If you don't feel comfortable to type in your name, that's fine. You can type in your favorite food or your favorite superhero.
Or your cat's name.
Whatever you like to type in. That's okay. And you'll pop up on the screen. Now you'll see that some people have figured out you can move around, which is nice. There you go. You move around. That's all the system does. That's not true. I'll repeat the steps. You take out your smartphone. You go to the Wi-Fi settings. And while it lists the Wi-Fi networks, you connect to the Buzzmaster network. It should be at the top. Once there, you'll agree, and you'll be prompted to type in your name or anything. So if you want to be Wonder Woman, but you don't dare to wear the skirt, or Superman and you're afraid to wear the cape, now is your opportunity. Just type it in and you'll pop up on the screen. We'll have a few questions for you to test, so we'll know how the system works. And afterwards, we will have, prior to each session, a couple of questions. And during the presentations of the speakers, please use the opportunity to ask questions to them. Like I said before, we have a very nice mixed group of people with different backgrounds, and this is a great opportunity to get lots of information and pose lots of questions. After each presentation, we'll have a panel discussion, and the questions that you've asked during the presentations will be dealt with during that Q&A session. Yeah? I think we'll be okay. I have a couple of questions just to get you going. So I have to go back to my cockpit. There are lots of screens and stuff. I hope we don't have to say, Houston, we have a problem. I don't think so. And the first question, you're moving around. That's nice. Yeah. And the first question is, which sector do you represent? Are you an NGO, a producer, government, civil society, a refiner, food sector, or other? If you're other, please try to avoid it. Oh. If you had breakfast, then go to food. No, that's fine. So the options here are NGO, producer, government, civil society, refiner, food, or other. The nice thing is that everybody here will be able to see as well pretty much what the composition is of the people here in the crowd. And that might be interesting for you during the coffee break, for example.
You're getting a lot of others here, Michael.
I know, that's okay. You know, they'll figure out who they are.
I know we've got some journalists here.
The second question, that's true as well, of course. The second question is, where did you come from to be here? You have a map and your pin somewhere on the map. You can also zoom in on your map. Let's see.
So we've got Indonesia, getting a lot of people from
Indonesia,
and Malaysia.
Colombia,
And then
Florida.
All over Europe.
Somebody's from Florida. So there's lots of Europe, lots of Malaysia and Indonesia.
I know we have people from Africa, but maybe you're not logged in yet.
Rosemary's here.
Yeah.
Rosemary, you need to log in. I know where you are. You can't escape. I'll find you. I'll help you out later. I see you shaking your head. Yeah, and so then related to that, somebody's from Vladivostok.
Wow, that's very far.
Yeah, you moved. I know that. I didn't expect that, but yeah.
That was, yes, a shock to.
Now it is fairly anonymous, but what is this? Afghanistan, Nabi Parsa, where are you from? Nabi? Yeah. Okay, let's go to the third question. Related to this is, well, it's nice to see that people took the effort to come so far. It also shows the importance of what we're talking about. Related to that is, how jet lagged are you? 0 is, I'm not jet lagged at all, and 10 is, please wake me up.
And you can't include just having a late night last night.
Yeah, that doesn't count, does it? It's not bad, you know. I won't ask this question at the end of the day again. Yeah, okay, we know that. And we have 2 more questions, and the following is this. How many years experience do you have in the field of palm oil? Is 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, or are you a dinosaur?
We're very happy to have dinosaurs, though, because that's a lot of knowledge.
Anyway, it's impressive enough to see dinosaurs with smartphones, but you know, it also shows that these people, with all respect, it's not meant as a bad thing. You have a lot of experience, and it's nice to see that there's a young group here as far as experience goes.
So it's quite impressive, though. 15% that have gone beyond 20 years, 39% relative newcomers, 40%. But a good spread. Anyway, a lot of experience in the room, and we knew that anyway.
And the last question before we will move on is this. What would you like to be your takeaway from this conference? What would you like to learn? What would you like to share? What will be the most important things? So here you go. You can type. You can see.
More collaborative.
Oh, there it comes. Inke. joint action on certified palm oil.
We've got government and private sector collaborating, obviously an important one that we will be talking about.
This?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Where are you? Yes.
Tangible incentives for producing regions for sustainable palm oil production.
Yeah, let me just, the length of these is 140 characters. It's the former Twitter length.
What else are we seeing? We're seeing networking, we're seeing tools to promote sustainable palm oil, we're seeing renewed commitments, more information about sustainable palm oil and good practices. We'll certainly hear about that today, I think. Promotion of the Amsterdam Declarations. 3 good messages from the sector for all stakeholders to communicate. Simple, good communication.
Oops.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, this is amazing, actually. That everybody's really joining in with this. This is good.
Good. So just now we know how the system works. We'll switch to the presentations. In the first sessions, the ministers will speak, but in the second session after the break, we'll get back to using the system. So please keep your phones at the ready. Maybe think of a question already and be prepared. Right? Back to you, Kathy. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Michael. I hope we can manage to achieve all of those things, but a lot of them I'm sure that we will. We heard France say that we need to talk more about what's actually happening on the ground, and so we are going to be talking in this session about government policies. What is actually happening out there in the producing countries? And we're really delighted to have ministers from Malaysia, Indonesia, and the former Prime Minister of Colombia. And we are going to talk about what's happening in those countries to give the perspective from large producing countries. And here, the developments that are going on in the sustainable field and what more can be done, but just sort of try to get a sort of sense of whether some of these schemes and projects are working. So we're starting off in Malaysia, and we're delighted to have with us the Honourable Teresa Koksu Sim, who is the Minister of Primary Industries. Minister, thank you.
Every animal,
every leaf.
she is our mother,
And she is treated as such,
with reverence,
and respect.
especially when she's the one quite literally putting food on the table.
And an allowance in our bank account.
When it comes to her growing jungles and forests,
We match her passion in whatever way we can, and put back into the lands.
far more than we take out of it. After all,
We shelter one of her oldest rainforests in the world.
something we cherish with every harvest we make.
And when we say Malaysians,
We don't just mean the people. Every animal
no, every living being that was born here,
is a Malaysian by birth and is seen as such.
a neighbor,
A friend,
a family member.
some just happen to be furrier than others.
See, we look out for each other here.
From the top of the food chain,
To the people planting and growing that food chain.
and every single person involved in it, which is a lot of people, all of them.
Looking to Mother to help them along the way.
See, that's the thing about us Malaysians,
We do things a little differently.
and we dare say we love our mother more than anybody else,
She's the only one we have.
and the only one we will ever have.
So we guess you could say this.
When it comes to Malaysia,
It's just in our nature.
Your Excellencies, and Mr. Frans Claassen, Chairman, European Palm Oil Alliance, His Excellency Mr. Engar Tiasto Dukita, Minister of Trade, Indonesia, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. And first and foremost, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to meet all of you, and a warm welcome. Selamat datang. as we say in Malay. Congratulations to the European Palm Oil Alliance for successfully organizing this important event. Judging from the participants gathered from many parts of Europe and even Asia, this is indeed a hallmark platform for a balanced debate on the many challenges associated with palm oil today. It is encouraging to see various stakeholders present, and I'm glad to make the long journey from Malaysia, especially to be in your esteemed company. In Malaysia, we are now in the midst of creating a new, more dynamic and sustainable era, supported by new governance policies and with many areas being redefined by the current popular government. Among the top billings is with regard to the ministry that I head, and in which palm oil is a major commodity and a significant contributor to Malaysia's annual GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizers have suggested that my address dwell on sustainability goals and challenges, not only within Malaysia and its palm oil industry, but also incorporating the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. As a nation, we have already expressed our SDG commitments that are far-ranging from climate change, poverty eradication, to women empowerment. On this note, I'm proud to say that these goals are intricately woven with our palm oil industry. This is because Malaysia has always been proactive about sustainability in the palm oil supply chain. One of our plantations was the first to achieve RSPO certification way back in August 2008. Malaysia currently accounts for nearly 42% of global production of certified palm oil. These have been volunteered generously by our industry members, yet the noise and anti-palm oil sentiments throughout Europe continues to ring loudly despite our best efforts. As a nation, we have even stepped up the game and now marching united in our goal towards mandatory certification of our entire palm oil supply chain by end of 2019 by using the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification MSPO as our national standard. So when the Amsterdam Declaration kicks in early 2020, I hope you would be looking towards Malaysian palm oil for your needs. The UN Sustainable Development Goal does not mince words when it prioritizes poverty eradication. In Malaysia, we could not imagine achieving this primary sustainability goal without palm oil. We now have 650,000 small farmers who actually accounts for 40% or 2.3 million hectares from our total planted acreage of 5.8 million hectares. This surprises most people since they always assume Malaysian palm oil industry is run by business corporations with none or only small number of small farmers involvement. Our small farmers community depend on palm oil for their daily livelihood, while for the government, palm oil is synonym with poverty eradication program. Basic needs can be met adequately through their small oil palm farms, yet they could face a very grim future when the likes of non-governmental organizations like Greenpeace start branding palm as dirty palm oil. Many have a tendency to paint the industry, no matter its origin, with a single brush that leaves a tainted image. Ladies and gentlemen, since Malaysia's independence in 1957, the poverty rate in Malaysia has fallen from over 50% to below 5% today. According to the World Bank in Malaysia, less than 1% of Malaysian households live in extreme poverty. We plan to support the communities and businesses that make this success a reality in the past 60 years. Yet there is more to do. Thus we simply ask you, especially the end users in Europe, to join us in the overall poverty eradication goals using sustainable palm oil. How to achieve this? Please support and work with us to improve productivity in the small farms and even adopt some small palm oil cluster certifications as part of your corporate social responsibility. When productivity increases within the small farmers community, there will be little need to expand into new land for oil palm cultivation. I know Europe is passionate about the rainforest and its mega biodiversity. Being passionate alone will not save these forests, but actionable activities will. My new government is already talking such efforts with the European communities, and many positive programs should fall in place soon. As such, I urge continuous support and collaboration from all, and not hamper our genuine efforts towards sustainability of palm oil. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to say that Malaysia is a world leader in sustainable palm oil production, in environmental protection, and in successfully using oil palm cultivation as a tool to uplift our rural communities out of poverty. What we are doing is to provide you a certified sustainable palm oil supply chain, well regulated and legislated by not only our own Malaysian laws, but by those that are prescribed through standards. Good agriculture practices honed through a century of plantation management expertise is the norm among the Malaysian oil palm growers. For example, they adopt integrated pest management practices which encourages the use of non-chemical pest control methods as a best practice to preserve the environment. These investments, as well as other technologies and planting techniques, are progressively improving our plantation yields while avoiding unnecessary on our planted areas. Many other government regulations underpin these sustainability efforts. Open burning is illegal in Malaysia, and under the zero burning practice, the old oil palm stands are felled, chopped, and left to decompose in the fields. This ensures an environment that is free of transboundary haze and smoke pollution, a major concern for environment and climate scientists. Apart from that, the industry has also committed towards reducing its overall carbon footprint. A major step already being undertaken is the adoption of methane capture technology, where a total of 92 methane capture facilities have already completed, and over 150 more are in the planning or construction stage. Such technology will help to reduce carbon emissions and ensure Malaysian palm oil meets stringent environmental and sustainability standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian palm oil industry is now focused on improving productivity and yields rather than expanding land. Forest protection is a priority for our government, and meeting our commitment to preserve 50% of the land in Malaysia as forest area is an utmost priority. However, sustainability is about more than just forests. The United Nations definition of sustainability is extremely clear. There is social and economic sustainability is on an equal plane with environmental. So the government is also focused on supporting small farmers and their economic communities, developing infrastructures, funding financial assistance, and of course, of small farmers to earn a living. Palm oil is, of course, only one part of Malaysia's relationship with Europe. The wider political and trading relationship is strong, but it is to be hoped that it can become stronger still. The Malaysia-EU Free Trade Agreement did not make much progress in recent years, and the attempts by the EU to phase out Malaysia's main commodity will not be of much help. There is more trade and political cooperation that we can look forward to. I will be meeting with some EU leaders in Brussels later this week, and the Malaysian government is confident that our relationship with EU nations will steadily grow in the coming years. And of course, we are speaking in the immediate wake of the Renewable Energy Directive debate in Brussels. The EU Parliament's aggressive efforts to phase out palm oil biofuels are of high concern of all Malaysians, not only because of the negative impact it would have on our economy, and in particular on our 650,000 small farmers, but also because of the negative message it sends out on sustainability. Malaysian companies have done everything required of them, including meeting the onerous sustainability criteria set down by the EU. We thus also use the German ISCC and RSPO system. Having met all these demands, Malaysia was then threatened with the cancellation of all its palm-based products. Nonetheless, we are happy that we received support from some EU governments, including in Spain, where they recognized that the idea was in contravention of WTO and therefore refused to accept it. The right decision was made by the Council and the Commission, but it is still highly regrettable that members of European Parliament attempted to harm our small farmers by spreading inaccurate information and allegations. These are misunderstandings in Europe. I read allegations that Malaysia is rapidly deforesting, destroying biodiversity, and so on. This is certainly not true. I know there are many issues with so-called no palm oil labels here in Europe, which may be heavily influenced by the broader negative environment that is driven by the EU institutions in Brussels and in the EU countries. All such actions are very damaging to palm oil's image in Europe. In this regard, I would like to hear your views on these issues and to have an honest discussion on how we can collaborate to solve this perception problem. And as I have outlined, Malaysia has a proven track record on sustainability and will continue with this agenda no matter what transpires. If Europe chooses to phase out or restrict Malaysian palm oil, it sends a terrible signal. It says to everyone in the developing world that investing in sustainability does not pay. To redress the balance and to treat Malaysian palm oil more fairly, I believe stakeholders' engagement at higher level is helpful, and I hope we can establish a good working relationship. Malaysia is doing our part with our renewed commitment to sustainability and environmental protection. I humbly request you to support the efforts undertaken by palm oil producing countries like Malaysia on its good agricultural practices and sustainability efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia recognizes that Spain is an important export destination for Malaysian palm oil and its products. I was informed that for the period of January to August 2018, Spain imported 259,701 tons of Malaysian palm oil, an increase of 46.8% compared with the corresponding period last year. We hope that the exports of Malaysian palm products to Spain will continue to grow in a positive trend. We acknowledge the importance of effective communication to ensure that the correct facts and information about the oil palm industry are communicated to consumers as part of the awareness program. In this regard, I am pleased to share with you that we have published the Pocket of Oil Palm Uses in Spanish with the aim to provide information to Spanish-speaking consumers. So the book is here. You can get it, from the counter. The pocket book contains information of the Malaysian oil palm industry, covering, among others, sustainable practices of the industry, the nutritional benefits of palm oil, the versatility of palm oil for food, non-food, and animal feed applications, and uses of oil palm biomass. The pocketbook is made available at the display area today, both in English and Spanish versions. Therefore, Malaysia hopes that the information provided and the communication between the producer and consumers will continue to grow and to be enhanced for mutual benefits. Lastly, I wish you a constructive dialogue, and I'm happy to inform you that there are several Malaysian experts among us who will provide more details on any topics associated with palm oil. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. So, some very ambitious plans.
Did you
coming
know
from Malaysia there,
that bottle
and,
of palm oil you have in your hand has seen and heard many things? On its journey to you, it has met more people and been to more places than any of us ever will. It's in the nature of the bottle's contents to meet people's needs while still looking at tomorrow. Just before you, that bottle was in the capable hands of the delivery man who handled it like it was his life, almost with reverence. The same appreciation was shown for the bottle even in the hands of the people before that, and in return, they get clean water and access to health and education, a huge difference in these small villages. Thanks to this one bottle, we can imagine a very different world for the small farmers, improved standards of living and care for the needs of those who depend on the industry. And we don't just stop there. Sure, it's important to take care of people, but it is in our nature as Malaysians to give back more than what we take from nature. Malaysia's remarkable biodiversity is truly one of the country's greatest assets. Just look at Malaysia's National Park, the world's oldest rainforest, home to some of the most fascinating animals like our beloved orangutan. We do our best to keep them swinging happily from tree to tree. So, when you think of palm oil, what really comes to mind? Everyone is entitled to their own point of views, but once you move aside the green curtains, it's a whole different story. Remember, when you hold that bottle in your hand, you are touching the lives of all that rely on that bottle for their own survival. And when we say lives, we mean every single living being. And it is because of this that we keep the resources protected today for a better tomorrow. After all, it's just in our nature to do so.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that. So let's now move from Malaysia to Indonesia, of course, another large producing country. We know that there is a moratorium to stop palm oil expansion in Indonesia. So we are delighted to have with us the Honourable Enggartiasta Lukita, the Minister of Trade in Indonesia. Minister.
Excellency Minister Teresa, Excellency Member of Parliament from Indonesia and ambassadors from Malaysia and Indonesia, distinguished Chair of European Palm Oil Alliance, distinguished Chair of Spanish Foundation for Sustainable Palm Oil, distinguished government officials and representatives of international organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning, buenos dias. Let me, first of all, express my sincere appreciation for the sympathies and condolences conveyed to us on the loss of lives and suffering of families after the 7.5 magnitude earthquakes and 6-meter high tsunami hit the city of Palu and the district of Donggala in the province of Central Sulawesi on the 28th of September. Yesterday morning, I received another news from Indonesia while I was in Zurich that Mount Soputan in the province of North Sulawesi erupted, prompted the government to instruct residents to steer clear of anywhere within a 4 kilometers radius from the peak of the volcano. With all the support from our good friends from around the world, Indonesia will stay strong to go through this time of trying and rebuild the affected communities to continue with their lives. So once again, thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to also inform anyone planning to come to the island of Bali to participate in the 2018 annual meetings of the IMF and World Bank Group on the 12th to 14th October. Please stay with your plan, since nothing is to be worried in relation to the recent earthquakes, tsunami, and volcano eruption in Sulawesi. Bali is 980 kilometers from Palu, 1,055 kilometers from Donggala, and 2,744 kilometers from Mount Soputan. All the final preparations have been done, including the security and safety of our guests in Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great honor for me to be invited to address this conference, organized by the European Palm Oil Alliance and attended by the Friends of Palm Oil, be they government officials and former leaders from palm oil producing countries, from relevant international organizations, and civil societies who have great interest in palm oil, as well as leading industries who have benefited from the gift of palm oil. Let me reiterate our great concerns that palm oil has increasingly been targeted by many as the main culprit of deforestation. This will not be the case if palm oil is not that important to Indonesia. Palm oil is not an ordinary product to Indonesia. It plays a significant role in our economy in terms of providing employment and addressing poverty. It serves as a source of income for 5.3 million workers and provides livelihood to 21 million people in Indonesia. Efforts to develop palm sector to promote rural development and address poverty in Indonesia can be traced back to the late 90s, well before the adoption of the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda in 2015. And as a result, a study done by Ryan Edwards from the Center on Food Security and the Environment of Stanford University and the National Team for the Acceleration of Poverty Reduction in 2016 suggests that from 2001 to 2010, palm oil sector in Indonesia had helped 10 million people out of poverty, and at least 1.3 million in rural areas were lifted out of the poverty line. Since mid-2000s, export of palm oil has also become an important source of revenues from the government to further promote economic development across the archipelago. However, as our export increases, so does the campaign to blackmail anything about palm oil, especially in developed countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are of the view that the high yield of palm oil is crucial to conserve the global land bank available to meeting future world's demand for vegetable oils. by improving the productivity of palm oil while addressing its social and environmental challenges, Indonesia wishes to ensure that meeting the global demand for vegetable oils is not and will not at the expense of our natural heritage. This stands in obvious contrast to other vegetable oils in which their lower productivity has increased rather than decreased the pressures on deforestation around the globe. And I believe there should be no denial that indeed palm oil is more environment friendly than other vegetable oils if we are to address properly all the issues associated with deforestation. One report issued by the European Commission in 2013 entitled "The Impact of EU Consumption on Deforestation" is worth mentioning here. The report maintains that globally, the main crops that contributed directly or indirectly to deforestation include soybeans 19%, maize 11%, oil palm single digit 8%, rice 6%, and sugarcane 5%. No further explanations required. And talking about deforestation, I would like to draw your attention to a recent study led by Professor Joseph Ford of the University of Oxford, which was published last May. The study created a huge data set based on almost 40,000 farms in 119 countries and covering 40 food products that represent 90% of all that is consumed by humans. It assessed the full impact of these foods, from farm to fork, on land use, climate change emissions, and freshwater use, as well as water and air pollution. It offers us another important insight on the impacts of meat and dairy consumption on our beloved planet Earth. It suggests that without meat and dairy consumption, global farmland use could be reduced by more than 75%, an area equivalent to the US, China, European Union, and Australia combined, and still feed the world. The study also maintains that while meat and dairy provide just 18% of calories and 37% of protein, it uses the vast majority, 83% of farmland, and produce 60% of agriculture's greenhouse emissions. As Professor Joseph Ford put it, a vegan diet is probably the single biggest way to reduce your impact on planet Earth. Not just greenhouse gases, but also global acidification, eutrophication, land use, and water use. The point I would like to get across is that if we would like to address the issues of deforestation in relation to agriculture, we should put on the table all, and I repeat, all agriculture sectors that bring significant impacts of deforestation, and not to cherry pick which one should be targeted. Nevertheless, there should be no excuse, and Indonesia acknowledges that lots to be done to minimize the environmental impacts of palm oil on our planet. For this reason, we launched the Indonesia Sustainability Palm Oil, or ISPO, initiative in 2011 and ISPO certification in 2015, which is being revamped now to make it more effective. It is aimed at catalyzing and scaling up fundamental changes by defining and supporting long-term sustainable solutions, which is done through a government-led multi-stakeholders national action plan that better aligns national, provincial, and district policies with the needs of the private sector, communities, farmers, and the environment. The government also adopted a moratorium on peatland exploitation in 2011 before expanding the moratorium to include all kinds of forest opening for new palm plantations. In 2015, we put in place a presidential instruction on the moratorium and improvement of the management of primary forests and peatland. And in 2016, we established the Peatland Restoration Agency. And last month, on 19 September 2018, Indonesia took yet another step on this issue. After going through public consultations involving business, academia, civil societies, and regional authorities, the government enacted the presidential instruction number 8 on the postpone and evaluation of palm plantation permits and the enhancement of palm plantation productivity. The instruction is meant to put in place yet another measure to make effective the moratorium on the land opening for new plantations while improving further palm productivity. I'm not supposed to touch on palm oil issues from a health perspective, but I feel compelled to inform this distinguished conference that many studies suggest that consumption of saturated fatty acids from palm oil does not per se lead to an increased risk of cardiovascular diseases. Well, at least my age is 67 years old, but I'm still consuming the, I'm still okay. Even if we assume that saturated fat needs to be regulated, the measures taken should be non-discriminatory in nature by targeting all food products that contain saturated fats, regardless of the origin of the fats, whether from vegetable oils or animal fats. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope by now you have a better understanding on the role of palm oil in our economy, policies to address the environmental issues associated with palm plantations, and thus meeting 8 of 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that are relevant to our discussions today. I hope you also understand by now that it is really a vexing feeling to observe that palm oil has been increasingly yet unfairly singled out as the main cause of deforestation. We, the Avengers, are facing the beginning of infinity war against palm oil. We should therefore be united to prevent Thanos from destroying the good reputation of palm oil as the most cost-effective and most productive vegetable oil. Thanos is not an individual. Sorry if I disappoint you. Thanos is the Marvel's genocidal supervillain, and in our case, lies at the hearts of those who are blatantly fighting against palm oil. It is a misguided belief that scapegoating palm oil for global deforestation and do nothing on other sources of protein will save our planet. As I said earlier, we have to unite and work together. We need to approach the issues at hand in a more constructive way. It is in this context that I welcome the statement issued on the 3rd October by the Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, or EPOC, on the Sustainable Development Goals, and the EU's Renewable Energy Directive, or RED II. If you like, you can check the statement at www.cepoc.org. Now, how Indonesia works on improving our palm productivity while stopping the opening of new plantations. Smallholders farmers represent 41% owners of palm plantations, covering 4.6 million hectares out of approximately 11.2 million hectares of palm plantations in Indonesia. Many of palm plantations owned by these small farmers have passed the age of 25 years. So the government gives focus on replanting program for this group throughout the country. The productivity of smallholders has been quite low, at only 2 to 3 tons per hectare per year. These old palm trees used low-quality seeds. This has resulted in the reduction of income and increased risk of illegal land clearing. To better assist smallholders to increase their productivity, the government launched the Smallholders Replanting Program in 2017, beginning with the replanting of 20,000 hectares of plantation areas to reach 750,360 hectares by 2022. The government will ensure that the seeds for this replanting program have been certified and will allow an increase of productivity from 3 tons per hectare per year to at least 5 to 6 tons per hectare. Cooperation in the form of partnership between smallholders and state-owned and privately owned plantations are also being promoted. We are hoping that such a partnership will further help us addressing the issues of environment and productivity of palm oil. Put in a nutshell, Indonesia has been focusing efforts on effectively addressing palm oil's environmental concerns, and at the same time improving the livelihood of palm families in the sector. This is about framing the palm oil issues in the context of attaining the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So far, it works, but the government will not be complacent as more and more actions will need to be taken to improve the attainments of SDGs relating to the palm sectors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Very interesting to hear what's happening in Indonesia to boost productivity and smallholders, obviously a big, big issue. We're now going to move to Latin America, Colombia, and obviously the palm oil has really been an integral part of the peace process, I think, in that country. Very interesting story, and we're delighted to have with us the former president of Colombia, the Honorable Álvaro Uribe Vélez, who is with us now, I hope. Oh, he's on the video. Sorry, no, I didn't realize he wasn't with us.
Álvaro Uribe's life has been framed in the public service. Throughout his career, he has held the following positions. He was Medellin's mayor between 1982 and 1983, Medellin's councillor from 1984 to 1986. He held a senator position between 1986 and 1994, and was also Antioquia's governor from 1995 to 1997. Álvaro Uribe was elected president on May 26, 2002, with 5,862,655 votes, which represents 54.51% of the total number of people who voted. This result allowed him, for the first time in Colombia's history, to be elected president on the first electoral round. He was then re-elected in 2006, making it an 8-year administration until 2010. Between 2002 and 2010, 224 hospitals were rescued from being closed. Poverty went down from 43% to 26%. SENA, the institution that offers free education based on social, economic, and technological development, had an increase from 1.14 to 7.92 million, which represents a 649% growth. When President Uribe received the country in 2002, unemployment rates were at 16% and even 20% in some cities. When his administration ended, the rate went down to 11.8%. In 2002, Colombia received 566,761 tourists per year. In 2010, that number went up to 2.6 million people per year. In the beginning of this administration, we went from having 52-kilometer paved doubleways to 1,000 kilometers all over the nation. During his administration, Colombia had an average growth of 4.6%, reaching its peak in 2007 with a 7.5% growth. In 2002, when he received the country, we had 1,600,000 barrels of oil reserves. And at the end of his administration, in 2010, we had 2,058,000 barrels. According to the Doing Business, in 2006, Colombia was ranked 76 on the list, and in 2010, it was ranked 37. The state's budget for public universities went up from 1.1 to 1.2 billion during his 8 years in the presidency. When President Uribe received the country, the program Familias en Acción, a government initiative that delivered nutrition subsidies to families with children under 7 years old, and scholar subsidies to children between the ages of 7 and 17 from the poorest families in the country, used to have 320,000 beneficiaries, and at the end of his administration, it had 2,600,000 beneficiaries. Colombia's Institute for Family Wellness, a state entity that prevents and protects children during their first years, their childhood and adolescence, had 106.1% growth. The ICETEX, an entity that promotes superior education through loans that are given to the portion of Colombians with the lowest income and high grades, gave 265,480 loans to new students. The number of people benefited by the subsidies regime, program through which people with low income have access to health, had a 108.6% increase. With the program Desayunos Infantiles, 1,622,000 children were fed during President Uribe's government. 150,303 housing subsidies from homeless people were given from 2002 to 2010, lowering the number of homeless people from 444,270 to 155,779. The Forest Keeper Initiative was created to generate sustainable and alternative development in places with illegal plantation, to avoid its expansion and to promote its eradication. This initiative benefited 114,600 of Colombians. 1,079 libraries were equipped. More than 2 million of loans were given to agricultures. Car robbery was reduced by 29.1%. Terrorism rate was reduced by 348%. The number of kidnappings was 10 times lower. Homicide rate went down by 46.2% and extortion rate by 52.9%. Ladies and gentlemen, Colombia's former president, Álvaro Uribe.
Mi saludo muy especial a ustedes, distinguidos integrantes de la mesa de la Conferencia Europea de Aceite de Palma. En América Latina, en países como Colombia, el cultivo de la palma, el aceite y los derivados tienen una gran importancia desde el punto de vista ambiental, en lo económico y en lo social. En lo ambiental, América Latina y el Caribe conservan el 57% de la selva virgen del planeta. El planeta no puede seguir destruyendo su selva virgen. Nosotros tenemos que frenar la tala de bosques. La palma es un cultivo indicado para frenar la tala de bosques y al mismo tiempo para reconstruir el equilibrio ambiental, para reconstruir todo lo que se pueda haber perdido y para preservar toda la riqueza en flora y fauna. Segundo, países como Colombia, tan afectados por la coca, que le hace un gran daño al medio ambiente por la tala del bosque y por el uso de precursores químicos que contaminan todas nuestras fuentes de agua, encuentran en la palma un gran sustituto. Qué bueno que en Europa tengan en cuenta que este problema tan grave que tenemos del negocio criminal de la coca puede ser reemplazado por un negocio lícito tan importante como la palma. Es de destacar que cuando se utilizan mezclas adecuadas con los combustibles fósiles, el biodiesel derivado del aceite de palma es un gran oxigenante de combustibles y ayuda mucho a enfrentar los problemas de contaminación y las causas que están incidiendo en el cambio climático. Desde el punto de vista económico, dadas las condiciones en Colombia de temperaturas, de suelos, de horas luz, de regímenes de lluvias, la palma da una gran posibilidad de crecimiento de la economía. Y desde el punto de vista social, la palma le permite al pequeño productor que tiene unos ingresos muy bajos de otros cultivos obtener a través de la palma un cultivo, un ingreso que dignifica su existencia y le permite además a las empresas que están en las siembras y en la industrialización de los aceites generar alta cantidad de empleos de muy elevada calidad. El gobierno que presidí en Colombia estimuló la palma de diferentes maneras, con incentivos tributarios. Por ejemplo, exención tributaria durante los primeros 10 años de la fase productiva de los nuevos cultivos. Segundo, dábamos un aporte presupuestal significativo a los pequeños productores. Tercero, estimulábamos la integración entre los grandes productores, los industriales, las empresas con tecnología, con semillas, con capacidad de mercadeo y los pequeños propietarios, sin que los pequeños propietarios perdieran la propiedad de la tierra. Al contrario, lo que hacían era mejorar sustancialmente los ingresos. Este cultivo, esta industria es promisoria, tiene un gran significado social. Mi invitación es a que desde Europa se le dé un gran apoyo.
Well, thank you very much indeed to the President, and very interesting to hear the perspective from Colombia there. As you know, we're talking about the role that palm oil can play in actually achieving sustainable development goals, and one very important SDG is zero hunger, achieving zero hunger. And so we want to now explore a little bit about the role of palm oil in achieving zero hunger, which is a sort of huge, huge issue. And the Food and Agriculture Organization has launched what it's calling the Vegetable Oil Initiative. And it's using palm oil as the commodity in a pilot project. So we want to find out what that's all about and how it's going. And so we're delighted to welcome to speak to us about that Viliami Facaba, who is the Plant Production and Protection Officer for the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. Welcome, and thank you very much indeed.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization and the Assistant Director General of the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, Mr. Vladimir Rachmanin, I'm pleased to be associated with the 2018 European Palm Oil Conference here today. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the invitation from the chairman of the EPOA for FAO to address this important conference. And I'd also like to extend our profound appreciation to the chairman of the Spain Sustainable Palm Oil and the government of Spain for hosting this conference here and the warm welcome that we receive by us all. Let me just elaborate on the FAO mandate and the linkage to the strategic development goals and our key initiative on zero hunger. FAO has the mandate in the Global 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and our highest priority is on ending poverty, hunger, and malnutrition to sustain our natural resources, to responding to climate change, food and agriculture in achieving the SDG 2, the Strategic Development Goal number 2, which lies at the heart of the 2030 agenda. The world is experiencing increase in water and land scarcity, a deteriorating natural resource base with serious impact of climate change, and with increasing population, there are more mouths to feed than ever before, but increasing less suitable land for food and agricultural production. We have seen the increasing commercialization of agriculture, including palm oil, and some short-sighted, input-intensive, unsustainable practices that have increased deforestation, damaged ecosystem, and land degradation. And these are the challenges that for food and agriculture that we have to face for the next decade. In response, FAO has the vision for sustainable food and agriculture that captures all the three dimensions of sustainability: environmental, economic, and social, and promoting productive systems, build resilience to climate change, protect the rural livelihood, and reduce greenhouse gas emission. This vision brings together approaches for sustainable food and agriculture, which include crops, livestock, forestry, and fisheries, that have several elements to common knowledge sharing, in capacity building, empowerment, good governance, and coherence across the agricultural sectors. I have to note that FAO's strategic framework is aligned with the strategic development goals and geared toward tackling the root causes and building a fairer society. In this respect, sustainable palm oil production is linked to our SDG 2, which is on zero hunger. Also on SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production. And on 13 on climate change action. And also on SDG 15, the restoration and sustainable use of land. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of this forum, I'd like to emphasize the importance of sustainable palm oil production to FAO achieving our zero hunger initiative. Palm oil is the most important tropical vegetable oil in the global market, as measured by the significant increase in global production, consumption, and trade in the last 30 years. Palm oil has become an increasingly important driver of economic development. Improved food security and poverty reduction in major producing countries. We have seen the palm oil cultivation and production employs close to about 7 million people worldwide, with a combined of labor force of workers, smallholders, and their families. The lucrative demand in the market for palm oil and the high productivity of palm oil have been the major drivers in this growth that we have experienced. Palm oil provides a diverse use of about 70% for food, cosmetic, and soap, 24%, and 5% now is for biodiesel and energy. Replacing, to us, FAO, replacing palm oil with other oil crops, which requires at least 5 times more land to achieve the same production, because the yield of palm oil per hectare is at least 4 times higher than any other oil crop. We have seen the dramatic increase from 1961 to 2017, increase from 2 million metric tons to 60 million metric tons of global production. And 40% of this global production has been from the small-scale farmers and smallholder farmers. We have seen the increase also in the number of countries who are involved in producing palm oil. From a few countries, and at the moment we have 43 countries in the world are into producing palm oil. In the region, we have a few regions to start with, and at the moment we have production in all the major regions of the world. FAO's figures on 2000 for 2010, we have found a significant increase in production volume from the region. with Asia leading in 125%, America 95%, Africa 43%, Oceania 52%, the Caribbean 69%, and in Europe we see them increase of 39%. But that's an overall increase of 108% in global production. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to note that FAO North Wild Agricultural Production has been able to respond to the world rapidly rising demand for food and economic development in producing countries. We are also concerned with what is occurred in significant human and environmental costs associated. The commercial production of palm oil has been associated with increased deforestation, loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services, and negative effects on human health and increasing greenhouse emission. But what we hear today, that palm oil producers and palm oil producing countries, we do recognize the need for improving sustainability of palm oil and the protection and the importance for environmental protection. While the issue of sustainability has been addressed by most countries, but surely today we need more concerted effort to work and to help toward achieving this sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to highlight key areas that FAO would like to contribute to achieving health sustainability, to add on to what the minister has been saying. Key areas of our assistance that we can provide through our program, technical cooperation program and assistance, is to increasing smallholder productivity, agricultural productivity, through integrated crop management and improved production practices. We see there's opportunity for us to increase agricultural productivity for smallholder farmers, that we can increase production without deforestation and cutting down forests. There are opportunities in terms of yield, the work that is done on improved varieties. We've seen the work that has been done in Indonesia and Malaysia. Hybrid varieties can increase yield from 3.8% metric ton per hectare up to 8 and also to 10 hectares. That's on their field trial. So if we can continue to support this, that will contribute eventually to sustainability. In terms of integrated crop management, integrated pest management and crop management through fertilizer, pruning, proper management would significantly increase productivity. We also consider the opportunity of how we have experience with coconut palm industry, how we can modify the monocropping system to a wider spacing to accommodate the intercropping with fruit trees and with vegetables, the most effective use of land available. The second area that FAO can provide assistance is also on the policy and institutional support and regulatory framework and legislation. And that's an area that we can provide assistance to our member countries to have improved agricultural policy, land use, on agricultural production, and even also on regulating certification of market. The last area that we see there's opportunity for us to assist is raising the return from oil palm byproducts. Opportunities there for added value products. You may be aware that the mills only utilize 40% of the tree, while 60% of its biomass remain unutilized, but do have the potential to added value products, including organic fertilizer, air and water filters, livestock feed for poultry and fish, and also on biogas for renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude by FAO. We know the crucial importance of sustainable palm oil production for achieving zero hunger and other strategic development goals that we have in our priority member countries. We understand the challenges, but we also understand and work on the opportunities there for us to work with. FAO is committed to support member countries in sustainable palm oil production in the key areas that I've mentioned, in integrated crop management and sustainable production practices, appropriate policy and regulatory framework for land, water use and certification, and also the development of added value products from palm oil tree biomass. FAO urges members and everyone here for us to work together to produce palm oil in a safer and more sustainable way, not to the environment. That would help halt deforestation, protect biodiversity, and will continue to feed the world and provide sustainable livelihood for generations to come. Sustainable palm oil is needed, and together we have the means to achieve sustainable palm for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
May I just ask you a question before you disappear? Thank you very much indeed. You need your microphone. I'm just interested when you say about the FAO can assist in these different areas. Do you find that the door is open to you? Do people want your assistance? Do they welcome your assistance? Do you feel that people are perhaps not using the opportunities?
Thank you. I think from our side, I'd just like to clarify of how FAO assisting countries. We have our country programming framework, and that's where we do the consultation with each country, with our member countries. What are the priorities they see they want FAO to assist, looking at the comparative advantage. And it is for them through that consultation. So we are not working driven by our priorities, but on the members. And that's what I've been urging all countries to look at. It's through your government that you can request assistance for support in this area that I'm working in. I'm just saying we are currently assisting a lot of projects on sustainable agriculture for countries they have on the priority. At the moment, we've been assisting PNG. Papua New Guinea is one of the palm oil producing countries. One of the key problems they are facing now is the risk with the coconut rhinoceros beetle. You know, the Guam biotype, which is a major threat. And now FAO is working on a regional transboundary pest and disease with the Green Climate Fund to address. But that's an area we have our own resource on TCP, on a technical cooperation, but we are implementing key projects for the Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, and that's where we can work with countries to support.
But you were very clear in what you said, that it was palm oil is the most important tropical vegetable oil in the global market. So that was unequivocal, and so unequivocal. You absolutely see the potential. But I mean, do you feel that enough is being done on the sustainability front? I mean, what would you urge people to do?
No, I think what I mentioned, we have addressed sustainability, but I think there's more work needed to be done, even from our side, on the research side, development. I mentioned some of the key areas that we have not really worked with, but that's where we can work with partnership and address some of these issues to improve sustainable.
So it's partnership that's the most important, and we will be having a session on that later on. But thank you very much indeed for your
intervention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Photo time. So thank you very much indeed to all of our speakers this morning. And we're now going to break for coffee. Coffee will be served out there, and we come back in half an hour for our next session. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Is everybody back in their seats, fortified by coffee? And we've got some great speakers now, and we are going to make you work as well. But before we get started, Michael is going to come and, well, he's not going to join me, he's going to join me from there to ask you a couple of questions. Do we have Michael's microphone, please?
Yeah. Oh, hello, everybody. Silence is golden.
You have your microphone.
They say, yeah. I was more speaking to people who are speaking. I just wanted to ask you... No, thanks. I wanted to ask you two questions before we get started. So if you just take out your phone quick, because you might have been on a different network, and get back on the Buzzmaster Wi-Fi, and we'll ask you the following question. The first one being, have you met any new people during the break? Yes or no? Have you met any new people during the break? No. So take out your phones and connect again. Have you met any new people during the break? Yes or no? Great. And the follow-up question is, if so, how nice were they on a scale from 0 to 10? 10 is marriage material, 0 is your mother-in-law.
That's incredibly sexist, I have to say.
It's a bit cheeky, but...
It's also very sexist, Michael. I
well,
can't take
mother,
it.
your in-law, you're right.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
It's just, I love my mother-in-law, by the way. I've heard that before. Sorry, you're right. I just should say in-laws.
Yeah. So loads of new people, and they were all lovely. Fantastic.
All right. What we have now is two questions that have to do with the following session.
I mean, let me just tell you what the session that we're going to talk about now. We're going to talk about the importance of sustainable palm oil for Europe. So this is very much sort of Europe-based. The challenges to reach a fully sustainable palm oil supply chain, and what can Europe do to help producing countries to overcome challenges? So now we are going to ask you a couple of questions that are related directly to the subject that we're going to be talking about in this next session.
Right. The first question of that is, what's the biggest challenge and what is the biggest opportunity for sustainable palm oil in Europe? And you can just type away. You'll see two screens on your screen that ask you to type what you think could be the biggest opportunity and challenge.
A challenge is traceability, communication.
Free from claims, I believe that is.
Only RSPO is the only standard, just one standard.
Yeah.
Acceptance.
Misleading information.
Palm-free recipes.
Image. Political interests.
Consumer understanding. Somebody still of what sustainability actually means, probably that person is going to write. Negative perception. Communicating positive impact. That's an interesting one because there's so much of negative communication.
I think this is really interesting. Blockchain, with regard to transparency and the application of big data to these kind of issues, definitely.
Promotion, positive stories, reputation.
Yeah.
Demystifying the story. So it's sort of putting together a sort of a whole picture here of what you see as the biggest challenges and the biggest opportunities. I have to say that I think that possibly there are more challenges coming up than opportunities. So I think that needs to be a change in mindset, perhaps.
Yeah.
So do we have another?
We have one more question on a slightly different topic, but the palm industry has become a global game changer in protecting rainforests and biodiversity. Do you agree or disagree? The palm oil industry has become a global game changer in protecting rainforests and biodiversity. Perhaps I should have added sustainable there. That's my fault. The sustainable palm oil industry.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, well.
So 79%, 80% agree, 21%, no, 17% disagree. So a big split.
And if I may just say one thing before I'm back to you, is we'll have panelists come up now. They'll have short speeches, and during that time you'll be able to select one and type a question to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. So he will be back. Now, I'm going to introduce a number of speakers now. I'm going to be incredibly strict on timing. I've got to warn all our speakers. They will have a red timer in front of them, a countdown here. They have 10 minutes, so you have been warned. So we're talking about the role of sustainable palm oil in food in Europe. And the big challenge is actually, of course, to stimulate demand for sustainable palm oil. So a monitoring report has been written on sustainable palm oil by the European Sustainable Palm Oil Project, ESPO. So we're really just now going to get a sense of the latest figures, the latest data on uptake and consumption in Europe. And Willem Claessens is here. He is the Senior Commodity Trade Specialist at IDH, the Sustainable Trade Initiative. Willem, you have 10 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, as Willem is speaking, feel free to send in any questions you have, and then we can get to those at the end during our panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I have the pleasure and the honor to give you a sneak preview of the numbers that have come out or are going to come out in the next few weeks on the uptake of sustainable palm oil in Europe. Before I do that, however, and I'm looking at my numbers, but it's not there. Okay.
Your presentation's not
you
there.
told well, you know.
This is your countdown.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Okay. I still have 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. So before I do this, I will quickly introduce to you IDH, just in case you don't know what IDH is doing. Can I have the next slide, please? Do I have to do that? Yeah. No. This is not the right presentation, guys.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. This is a draft. Guido, are you here? How are we going to solve this? We have still 8 minutes and 40
well,
seconds.
Willem, if it's going to be a problem, do you want me to introduce the next speaker? Or
No.
Yeah,
what I will do is while Guido is solving the problem, I will quickly go through the numbers already.
Okay.
So I'll do my presentation upside down. I'll start with the back end and then give you the first part. Okay, so if I can have my presentation back on. Thank you very much. So we have a target in Europe, and the target is 100% sustainable palm oil in Europe by 2020. That is a tough target. However, we need to be able to get there if we do the right thing. And the right thing, that's something that we're discussing here these 2 days. So of the palm oil that is imported in Europe, 99% of it is traceable to the oil mill. That's the first step. If you don't know where the product comes from, you can't say whether it's sustainable, you can't help. So of this, 84%, as you can see, and this is the sneak preview, the big report will come out in a few days or weeks. So 84% of the palm oil that is getting to Europe these days is sourced under the NDPE policies. Is that a lot? I think so. Is it enough? No. Certainly not. 74% of the sustainable palm oil that comes into Europe is from RSPO certified plantations. Is that enough? No. Is it a lot? Yes. And as you know, it is difficult to get to the last few percentage points. So where does all this palm oil come from? Countries that are represented here: Colombia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and also from other places. Also in the future, we will see palm oil from Africa coming into Europe. the numbers that you will see in the report that's coming out is 2.5 million hectares certified under the RSPO. ISPO 2.1. 520,000 under MSPO. Can we do more there? Yes. Can we understand better how that works, and can we push that? Yes, we can. So 270,000, 71,000 ton of palm oil was imported under the credit system of the RSPO. That were bought, credits that were bought by European companies. So 8,100 tons of palm oil imported into Europe was covered by the RSPO independent smallholder farmer credits bought by European companies. Is that enough? No. Is that good? It's a start. So our target, 100% sustainable palm oil by 2020. That is needed. And now I need Guido's other presentation. Ooh. Because these three things that you see were last year's points. I'm looking at the time. We'll get there, don't worry. Yeah. Is it up there? Okay. Yeah, I would like to skip to the end of my presentation first. Something going wrong? Okay. This is what you saw. This is what you saw. Yes. This is where I left off. Okay. So now what we're going to do about these numbers. And yes, please realize that the last 20% or 25% is the most difficult to get to, 100%. So what we're going to do, we are going to develop more sustainable landscape solutions. Certification is not the only thing anymore. It doesn't give you everything that we need. So one of these things, which was developed by IDH and is now put out in the world for everyone to discuss, is the verified sourcing area. So what we are going to do as well in Europe is convene producing countries and consumer countries and let them talk, because we need to do more. And that level of discussion has only started. We will continue to monitor the progress at national level, at European level, because that is important. If we don't know what is going on, we cannot come up with solutions. And yes, we are going to create an active dialogue between the private sector and the signatory governments of the Amsterdam Declaration. Because that is where the push for solutions should come from. That is what we need to do. So, I said verified sourcing areas. That's a new landscape concept. And I'll give you a small thingy. A verified sourcing area model is a compact, a public, private and social group agreement locally, plus a transparent supply chain, plus committed end buyers. And everyone who works in this new model will see benefits. And I would be love to talk to you about it later more. I can't do that now because I have 1 minute and 15 seconds. So this is the end of the presentation. Let me go to the front. because I'm sure you would like to know why IDH is in this. So IDH, we convene public and private parties. It is funded by European governments. It works with the social development goals on 11 sector programs, 12 landscape programs, in 50 countries with 400 companies and more than 30 civil society organizations. We are building models that everyone should use, can learn to use. We're not doing anything for ourselves. We are creating things to give away. And we do this in close cooperation with, for example, Wageningen University. So we do this in 11 programs, sector programs. Palm oil is one of them. In 12 landscapes, I must admit, it should be 12, but I see only 11. The 12th is Colombia, where we started. And yes, this now makes sense because you saw the last page that we want to involve the Amsterdam Declaration more. This is what the Amsterdam Declaration said. Commitment to support 100% sustainable palm oil. Oh, so it's time to do something about that. Have this discussion. And then the sneak preview that you saw. So I'm excited about the full report. It will be available soon. It has more details. And I thank you for your...
Thank you so much. Apologies for the technical problems you had. You're going to join us again for questions, I think, in a moment. What we're going to do is invite the other speakers and then invite you all back to take some questions.
That's perfect. Yes,
but thank you very much indeed. So really interesting to get a look at those statistics at this early stage, and that really helps us to feed into our discussions now. Because we're now going to hear the perspective of a refiner. So we're moving through the different players in this whole story. And we're going to hear from a Spanish member of EPOA, Jose Angel Olivero, who is the sales director of Lipidos Santiga. So we saw what you thought the challenges and opportunities are for sustainable palm oil in Europe. So let's hear it from a refiner's point of view. Hello, thank you very much indeed.
Okay, very good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for hosting this event here in Madrid for the first time. I'm very honored to be here, and I really want to thank you for your presence here today. Well, I'm going to give the view of the Spanish industry and the Spanish refining industry. We have very little time. I think this is the wrong one because I placed this this slide the last. Okay, anyway. We identified obviously some challenges and opportunities for the palm oil business in Europe. I'm going to focus more on the opportunity side because I think about the challenges, most of you already know about them. We have a big sustainability challenge. As the previous presenter said, we are aiming to 100% sustainable palm oil consumption in Europe and usage. So that's our goal within the EPOA. Our company is member of EPOA and also member of the Spanish Foundation for Sustainable Palm Oil, and that's our goal clearly. So, but the second challenge, which is probably more important here in Spain, is it weighs more for the Spanish population, is nutrition, health, and food safety. We'll talk a little bit about those issues later. I will mention about obviously, we have a consumption drawdown in Spain and also in Europe. Then I will focus more on the opportunities side, on the promotion side especially, and finally to make a public call to the industry and to the producing countries. The main challenges, as you know, are for biofuels. Maybe it's not the main focus today here, but it is very important to stress the importance of the especially for the producing countries. You know the challenge we have currently with the new renewable energy directive in Europe from 2020, and I think it's very important for the producing countries to prove to the Commission and to the different member states that palm oil is a sustainable crop and that it's not a high ILUC, it's not a high risk of ILUC raw material for biofuels. We know that we have different schemes for sustainability. We have the RSPO, we have the ISCC for biofuels, we have the NDPE policies of different private plantation companies, and a lot of the majority of the refiners of palm oil in Europe. But there is still some non-sustainable palm oil. So that's what we want to avoid. We want to phase out this non-sustainable palm oil use in Europe, and obviously increase every day the consumption of RSPO palm oil, sustainable palm oil. The main topics on nutrition will be 3-MCPD esters and glycidyl esters, very popular, saturated fatty acids and palmitic acid. But let's go to, let's say, how we can improve sustainability by, obviously, we cannot afford to deforestate anymore, so we beg for zero deforestation in the future. So I think we should increase the production of palm oil through better efficiency and better efficiency and productivity. Still, 50% and more than 50% of the palm oil plantations in Indonesia and Malaysia are old, so they give less yield. I'm in the business for the last 25 years, and I haven't seen any increase in productivity since I began. So I think it's very important to grow. Growth is very important for the producing countries, but this growth cannot come from additional land, but from better practices and increase of productivity and efficiency. How can we increase productivity and efficiency? Improving, there are tools to improve efficiency by artificial intelligence. So we need to prevent diseases and make a better use of fertilizers, water, and pesticides. So this is obviously aiming to better yields. And if we have better yields, we'll have immediately better sustainability because of the reduction of the carbon footprint of the crop. Because if you have a better yield, as I'm showing here, palm oil only occupies 70 million tons of land, much less than any other crop, any other oil-bearing crop in the world. But if you need today around 140 million tons additional, 142 million hectares of additional soy to replace palm oil, if you increase productivity, you will need much more. So it will become a better and more efficient crop. Let's go to the nutrition part. I want to stress that the main, one of the main topics under discussion today is 3-MCPD esters and glycidyl esters. Glycidyl esters, we have already an agreement in Europe and is already legislated. So it's something that is already avoided, but 3-MCPD is also avoided. So there is technology. If there is will, we can do that, and it's not a problem anymore for the. It's not anymore a risk for the consumers. About saturated fatty acids, and also later on about palmitic and oleic acids, we have to say that all oils and fats contain saturated fatty acids, more or less. There is animal fats. We have cocoa butter. We have butter. We have animal fats, and even oils like olive oil have saturated fatty acids. So there is nothing wrong with saturated fatty acids. The only problem is the amount that you eat. So in a moderate and balanced diet, saturated fatty acids coming from palm oil shouldn't be of any risk. About palmitic and oleic acid, palm oil is rich in both fatty acids, not only on palmitic, 45%, but also on oleic acid, 40%. So what is the problem with that? I mean, all oils and fats contain both fatty acids, different proportions. So again, in a balanced diet, there is no problem for palm oil. We are facing a big problem in Europe. The consumption is going down sharply. We've seen in the European Union a decrease in palm oil consumption of 46% in the last 10 years for human consumption. So we need to stop this. We need to stop this. In Spain, basically this year and last year, we have seen this drawdown as well. I'll go very fast to the last part because you all know that we have a big anti-oil palm campaign, but I want to focus more on the last part, which is the opportunity. And the opportunity is promotion, because as you are aware, probably, palm oil price collapsed in a way during the last few weeks and months, and we are now we have now even a lower price than what I am showing here in this graph. Palm oil versus gas oil. This is what we are measuring here. The blue line is palm oil, the red line is gas oil prices. So we are now well under, we are selling our products well under gas oil price. Do we really need that? Today we have a differential of about $200. So do we really need a food crop? Do we really need to sell the food crop at a much lower price than gas oil price? I don't understand that. So basically what we are lacking here is promotion, because we have a beautiful product. We want to sell it everywhere, right? At the price, which is the market price. The market, normally the price, the market tells you what is the price to sell. But we can do something with the price through promotion. If we promote better palm oil, I'm sure we'll get better price. And to do that, I suggest a huge, intelligent, and generous campaign of promotion of palm oil. So as simple as we have 80 million tons of palm oil and PKO produced in the world, so just $10 per metric ton, which is not very much. I mean, this is the daily change of palm oil prices. We will have a fund of $800 million to do promotion, not only in Spain, not only in Europe, but maybe worldwide. I can assure you we can have a very short payback for that. So I think you will never see an investment with such a short payback in your lives. Everyone, when you are investing in your companies, you are looking for a payback of maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years. This investment in promotion of palm oil will assure you a payback of 36 days only, because if you manage to improve the price of palm oil by $100, bingo, you have already $8 billion of additional revenue for your plantations. So 36 days only. If you improve $50, okay, it's double, 72 days. Fair enough. So there is already an Indonesian fund that is designated mainly to the this fund counts with around $1 billion. This fund is not being utilized so far. Well, so far they have been utilizing it last year, but not this year. This year is not necessary because this fund is mainly to finance and to subsidize biodiesel. So biodiesel is not necessary to be subsidized anymore. So what to do with this fund? One of the functions of this fund, I suggest, to be the promotion of palm oil. I also propose the launch of a bottle of red palm oil. Why red? Because the red palm oil keeps the properties, the main properties of palm oil, which are basically, as you know, vitamin A, vitamin E, coenzyme Q10. So we need to communicate to the consumers in Europe that there is palm oil, and palm oil is safe. palm oil is healthy, and palm oil can contribute to a better health. Finally, a public call to the industry and retailers: please abandon the purchase and use of non-sustainable palm oil. There is sufficient sustainable palm oil in the market. So, and to the producing countries, support us, support EPOA, support the Spanish Foundation, also the French Foundation, why not? And please do a bigger effort to support your product, to promote your product in the market. Thank you very much, and as I say here, eat sustainable palm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Excellent. So keep calm and eat sustainable palm. Like it. Remember, if you have any questions, send them, or any comments. They don't have to be questions. They can be comments or questions. We already have some coming in. So, thank you very much. That's the refiner's perspective. So now we're going to look at the perspective of the food industry. And the Alliance for the Preservation of Forests is a joint industry effort to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And Laure Destor is the General Director of the Alliance, and Laure is going to talk to us now about where she and your organization sees the challenges and the opportunities, because I think that's what we all want to do, to sort of look more at the opportunities. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you for welcoming me today. Very glad to be here. So I represent one of the national initiatives. So the French Alliance for Sustainable Palm Oil has become today the Alliance for the Preservation of Forests. And I'm going to tell you why. So before I speak about palm oil, I'm going to speak about the importance of forests, about rainforests. 70% of natural water comes from rainforests. More than 18 million people live from rainforests. Rainforest is the heart of humanity. And today, rainforest is in danger. 2017 has been the worst year in terms of forest lost. It has been, for example, the equivalent of the Bangladesh country has disappeared. Every minute, 40 football field has disappeared during a year, so this is huge. So why this alliance? Why this alliance for the preservation of forests? Because we believe that we should not only focus on palm oil, but we should also bring the other sectors around the table: soy, cocoa, coffee, rubber. We should all get together and have a joint effort to be able to meet the SDGs goal. And the Alliance is also a response to what we called in France, we have a legislation which is called the duty of vigilance, but this could soon become a European regulation. So we look into every region linked to deforestation, every commodities. For 5 years, we've been focusing on palm oil, but we think it's not sufficient. We have to have this dialogue at a landscape level with other commodities. So our goal is to federate all these different sectors, soy, cocoa, palm oil, and to find innovative solutions at a landscape level. So, as I said previously, we need to have a more focused landscape approach, because you can work in the palm oil industry. I think the French government today has recognized the efforts of the industry, but we need to do more, and we need it to do together with the other sectors. So who can join the alliance? It can be industries, retailers. Carrefour has recently joined the alliance. It can be also federations and other partners who are willing to support this approach. But we also want to have on board the financial sector, because we believe that they can strongly make things move. So our action. So for 5 years, as I said, we've been concentrating on palm oil. So 5 years ago, to take the example of France, there was no support, consumers were not aware of sustainable palm oil. And today, 5 years later, France has signed the Amsterdam Declaration, and there's a real recognition of the efforts of the industry. And today, the position of the French government is clear. There will be no discrimination, no taxation on palm oil. There's been a real positive move in France to support sustainable palm oil. And so, as an alliance, we talk with every stakeholders, NGOs, producing countries, every stakeholders working on palm oil. But now we want to go broader. We want to bring other sectors. So our aim is not to become an expert on soy. We don't want to duplicate what already exists. We want to join partnerships with sectors who have already done a lot. But we feel now we need to get together. There has to be a dialogue between the palm oil industry and the soy industry and the cocoa industry. We need all to join our forces. I just wanted to also make a focus on what is happening in France at the moment. The French government is working on a national strategy on no deforestation, and this is a great opportunity to bring everyone around the table, producing countries, NGOs, the French government, to have this discussion on multi-commodities landscape approach. So this is currently, it hasn't been launched yet, but it will be by the end of the year, and this is a super opportunity to raise among consumers also sustainable crops, because we have managed to convince the government, but there's still a lot of work to do to convince consumers who are still not aware of the existence of sustainable palm oil or sustainable crops in general. So there is still work to be done. So thank you very much. If you have some questions, I will be happy to answer to them.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much indeed. And I hope you'll join us for our discussion in a moment. So any questions for Laura or any comments, please send them in. And we're already getting quite a number coming in. So we're now talking about protecting biodiversity. We saw in our question from Buzzmaster, you were asked whether you thought that sustainable palm oil does have a role to play in protecting biodiversity. And we're now going to hear talk about that, but also protecting orangutans in particular. And Michelle Desilets is the executive director of the Orangutan Land Trust. She's been working in this whole issue of sustainable palm oil and biodiversity for 15 years, I think, Michelle. So delighted to see you here and happy to hear your story. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. So yes, I'm Michelle Desilets. I've been working in orangutan conservation for 25 years and more recently created the Orangutan Land Trust in order to enable sustainable solutions for the survival of the orangutan in the wild where they belong. And to that end, a main focus of our work is on enabling solutions in the field via sustainable palm oil. Now, usually when people talk about palm oil and orangutans, it's to point out the very devastating effect that this industry has on such a charismatic species. And, but today, while fully acknowledging this impact, it's very real, I'm here to share how sustainable palm oil can provide solutions for the survival of the orangutan and other wildlife. Oh, I forgot about my slide. Slide thing is here, isn't it? Is that it? Okay, so recently, in the past couple of years, there's been a number of peer-reviewed scientific reports measuring the impacts of the industry on biodiversity and in some cases, particularly the orangutan. And these all reveal some very important data supporting a common conclusion. Now, the experts at Borneo Futures published a report for the Pongo Alliance. I'll speak more about the alliance in a moment. And this report demonstrated that 10,000 orangutans live in areas allocated for industrial palm in Borneo alone. They didn't look at Sumatra in this instance or in the smaller enterprises, small holdings. Now, of these 10,000, only 275 orangutans are found in RSPO certified concessions. Across their ranges, the majority of orangutans live outside of protected areas. That means that they're living in these landscapes fragmented by oil palm and other uses. And the risk to these orangutans is immense. But the research is demonstrating that certification is making a difference. In this report, the Borneo Nature team found that in the RSPO certified concessions, forest loss and biodiversity loss was less than that in uncertified concessions. Now, granted, remember only 275 orangutans in these concessions to begin with. Certainly one aspect of these findings is probably that the RSPO companies are actually taking on lands that don't have those risks, that don't have as many high conservation value areas present or orangutans present. There's still problems within these plantations, but they're starting with fewer orangutans to begin with. So, more recently, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the IUCN, published a report, aptly named Palm Oil and Biodiversity, which was an objective analysis of the palm oil impacts on global biodiversity and the possible solutions. And while acknowledging, again, the very real impacts associated with the industry, the authors conclude that replacing palm oil with other oilseed crops would only shift the biodiversity loss elsewhere. And I would add to that, if we actually were to shift to other oilseed crops in those producing nations, such as Indonesia and Malaysia, which happen to be the only habitat for orangutan, the impacts would be profound in these regions, as perhaps the most likely alternative grown there would be soya, which has such a significantly lower yield, putting that much more pressure on the forest that the orangutan depends upon. So the overarching conclusion of these reports, and many more, is perhaps best iterated by Dr. Eric Maillard, the lead author of both the Pongo Alliance report and the IUCN report. And he said, to put a stop to the destruction, we must work towards deforestation-free palm oil and make sure that all attempts to limit palm oil use are informed by solid scientific understanding of the consequences. So, deforestation-free supply chains, in conjunction with activities to enhance the conservation of orangutans and other wildlife, both inside concession areas and beyond concession boundaries, is essential for the continued survival of the orangutan. And to this end, we created the Pongo Alliance. Pongo, the Latin name for orangutan, stands for the Palm Oil and NGO Alliance. It's an alliance of oil palm growers, manufacturers and retail businesses, independent experts and NGOs who jointly advocate for and support the conservation of orangutans and other wildlife within oil palm landscapes. Practically speaking, the Pongo Alliance identifies, develops, and energizes initiatives that deliver adaptive solutions in critical landscapes, where conflicting objectives present threats to both wildlife and livelihoods, and this with a specific focus on those areas where oil palm plantations exist. We currently have 2 projects on the go, one in Kinabatangan in Sabah, where the next RT, well, RT won't be in Kinabatangan, but it will be in Sabah. The habitat there for orangutans is severely fragmented by oil palm and other uses, and this is an effort to increase connectivity in these regions for the free movement of these orangutans and to create viable populations and enhance these areas with corridors and food-bearing trees for the orangutans. The second project is in Ketapang in West Kalimantan, and this is more looking at protecting an area of habitat within the oil palm concession, which happens to be home to over 100 orangutans. Now, our project's aim is to sustain the populations of these free-ranging orangutans and other rare wildlife species across landscapes, encompassing protected areas, forest fragments, and plantations. And I'd like to say here that we welcome applications from anyone in the supply chain to join Pongo Alliance and as a partner. I'd like to turn now to the P&C review, the review of the standard for the RSPO. Now, as a member who volunteered my time on the task force for this review, I'm very excited about what we're delivering to the General Assembly next month in Kota Kinabalu. The P&C has been restructured and streamlined. It has strong and clear indicators designed for implementation, and in many cases, metrification in order to measure impacts. Now, huge improvements can be seen in the criteria addressing specifically deforestation, peatlands, labor rights, and human rights, which I believe we will find is in line with market demands, especially here in Europe, and the NDP-PE commitments along the supply chain. And if adopted, as I suspect it will be, this new standard really has the potential to truly de-link deforestation and the subsequent biodiversity loss from palm oil production. I strongly urge RSPO members in this room to vote for and adopt the new P&C at the General Assembly next month. So this allows us, with this new P&C, the opportunity, I've clicked one I didn't want to, I think that was my last slide, to really use positive communication before, during, and after the RT and the adoption of the new P&C, to educate consumers and supply chain members about the positive changes to the standard. And in this way, I think we could really start to make RSPO and CSPO seen by perhaps some of our detractors or less convinced stakeholders in the community to be more credible, to be more robust, and therefore the best solution for biodiversity protection in these regions. In a way, to paraphrase what Senor Torri, I think it was this morning, said, sustainable palm oil, the planet depends on it. Life on Earth depends on sustainable palm oil, and the orangutan depends upon it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think that last point about the changing criteria of the RSPO we'll no doubt get into some conversation about in a moment. Thank you very much indeed. So now our final speaker. This is looking at how one city is now trying to go down the road of only using sustainable palm oil. And this was led by the zoo in the city. This was Chester Zoo in the northwest of England. And Jennifer Tegg is head of marketing at Chester Zoo. So she is going to tell us about the Chester City Palm Oil Challenge and how they led it, what they were doing, and just the story behind it. So thank you very much, Jennifer.
Hello. So you just imagine this when you think of a zoo, don't you? An enthralling day out for young people, connecting with wildlife, exciting, fun. And yes, it is exciting and it is fun. But we're not just a zoo, or we're a modern zoo. Zoos now have very, very strong conservation mission. We're a conservation charity with the mission to prevent extinction. And so really the palm oil issue came to us for this reason. We are always looking at ways that we can make the maximum conservation impact within the zoo and outside of the zoo through the programs that we work on with partners overseas. So this is what we do. I work with a team of absolutely brilliant scientists and conservationists who inspire me every day to communicate how important their work is. We have a series of specialisms that we focus on. So biodiversity surveying and ecological monitoring, conservation, breeding and management, so creating one population, both wild and zoo managed populations to ensure the future of endangered species. We also have lots of projects looking at human-wildlife conflict. Our most established is in Assam in India, but we have others as well, looking at ways that humans and wildlife can live together. We are very interested in livelihoods and sustainable development and creating opportunities for people to live successful lives without creating significant impact on biodiversity around them. We're very good at talking to people, so visitor and community engagement. We have 1.9 million visitors every year, and we work with many, many others to communicate our mission and what they can do to have a conservation impact and make more positive choices that will have a positive impact on the environment. And we also take care of animals very well. We have a specialism in wildlife health and well-being. And actually, our close contact with the animals that we have has a big impact on people's understanding of animals and improving conditions for animals in the wild as well. We have a long-standing relationship with an amazing group of people in Borneo, Malaysian Borneo, and we've been supporting them for over 10 years now, focusing on the Kinabatangan landscape. It really started as a research project to find out what the impact had been of the changing landscape on the orangutans that lived there. But we support their projects in a number of ways. We're working on artificial hornbill nest boxes. That's just me going out with the orangutan research team recently. They've got a large education program working in schools in the community to help people understand the value of the forest there, and surveying and monitoring and protecting the forests is a big part of what they do. And this is one of probably our favourite photographs in our field programmes team. This is some artificial rope bridges that were created in partnership with the team at Chester Zoo. And we use techniques that we use at the zoo to create habitats for our animals. We took that into the forest, and the connectivity now across the river for the orangutans is much improved. So we took a decision in 2014 to launch a project called the Sustainable Palm Oil Challenge. We wanted to increase demand for sustainable palm oil in the UK market. And the reason why we did that is we looked at all of the research, we looked at all of the evidence, and we worked with other NGOs, and we said, how can we make a difference? We're really, really concerned with acting for wildlife. We will not stand back. Habitat destruction is a real issue, and we needed to act now. And we reviewed the evidence, we collaborated with partners, and we decided that increasing demand for sustainable palm oil in the UK was a viable option for us to demonstrate conservation impact. It's a multidisciplinary approach, so it involves our conservationists, our scientists, our experts. They really give us the integrity, they back us up with research, and they help us to understand exactly what we should be doing to get that greatest conservation impact. It involves our learning team, who are brilliant at inspiring and empowering young people. And me, the marketing team, to really convey our messages in a compelling, interesting and fun way. Because in order to get people to make change, they really need to feel as though it's something that's not too onerous or difficult. So we launched the Sustainable Palm Oil Challenge. It's got lots and lots of different facets to it. We talk to people in the zoo all of the time about palm oil. It is very, very unusual for anybody to leave Chester Zoo without understanding what sustainable palm oil is and the benefits of it. We but in talking to our visitors, actually what they were saying to us is, what can we do? What can I do to help? And so we created a sustainable palm oil shopping list, and we said, if you really want to help, then please do buy sustainable palm oil products. And that really was the single biggest barrier to people. They didn't know what to buy. They didn't know how to make positive choices. So we created the shopping list for them. We then started working on a restaurant guide. We had been through our own supply chain. We'd been in touch with all of our own suppliers and said, please don't provide us with any unsustainable palm oil. We only want to stock products that have sustainable palm oil in them. So we took those learnings and we worked with our suppliers to build a toolkit for restaurants to help them to understand how they could also do the same. And then finally, we've launched the Sustainable Palm Oil City project. We've used the principles of social marketing and behaviour change to ensure that this is a real action-orientated project, that people can make real change and feel empowered to do so. So we think, developed a programme that really does deliver the greatest conservation impact. We have defined who our audiences are, and we think that the food service industry have a massive role to play in promoting sustainable palm oil and making more positive decisions. And finally, we've determined what the barriers and the benefits are for people to get involved. So we did some research. We asked our restaurants what they felt about the issue. 80% of the restaurants in our city said that they really weren't that aware of the conservation impact of the palm oil industry, and they weren't aware of the environmental issues. 40% of them weren't sure if they had palm oil in their products in their kitchens. But 60% said that they were willing to work with us. And so we took that and we produced this project. So the idea is that Chester, as a city, makes a commitment to being the world's first sustainable palm oil city in the world. We ask people to make a pledge. We ask them to pledge that they will make positive choices around stocking only sustainable palm oil products within their business. We ask them to make a change. This is about them making a proper commitment and really practicing the art of looking at certification, of really understanding what products are available to them. And we ask them to make it public. So we think it's really, really important that the public understand that people have made these commitments and that the public will hold them to it. We are taking a big leap of faith here. We understand sustainable palm oil is a journey, but we want the public to hold us to account and to hold the industry to account. So making it public is a big part of the project. We then declare them a sustainable palm oil champion. But we also ask them to take a gold star. And the gold star is that they send a palm oil audit form to all of their suppliers once a year to ensure that their supply chain contains only sustainable palm oil. And we ask them to repeat it every year and to ensure that any new products that they bring into their organisation are sourced sustainably. We are looking for 25 restaurants, hotels and cafes, 5 workplaces, 2 of 5 of the kind of public organisations, institutions within the city, 3 visitor attractions and 3 manufacturers or retailers to go through the process. And as of last week, this is how we support our champions. So we have a website which takes them through the process, and all of the points, the pledging and all of the evaluation is done through our website. We've got lots of resources to help them. We've got social media platforms, and we celebrate success, and we create that sense of community that we're all in it together. We have lots of events, networking events and collaborative events to support each other through the programme, and also drawing on the expertise of some of the people in this room, but also other people within the city to really make this work. And we, again, make it public. So when our champions reach their goal, we give them a window sticker, which seems to be the biggest incentive for people, strangely. And we ask them to pop their pledges on their websites. So far, we've held 3 networking events. We have a network of over 150 businesses involved in the project. We have had 69 people download all of our toolkits. 226 people who aren't eligible to be a city member have made a pledge that they support us. 7 champions have completed 26 companies are currently going through the process and are nearly there. We are talking to a national organisation about school meals. Our Member of Parliament for Chester and our local council have committed to the project. And we are also doing national engagement with other organisations to sign up to the principles. And we're keen that other cities follow us. We have produced a sustainable city toolkit. 2 cities have already taken this toolkit and are in the process of setting up their own project. I won't play this now because we have no time, but I implore you to go to our website and have a look at our palm oil conga video. I think it might bring a smile to your face. Thank you.
If your video is short, please play it, because it looks fun. Yeah. Oh, there's no Wi-Fi. Is it got to be downloaded? We'll see what we can do. In the meantime, can I ask all our panelists to come back onto stage, please? And I'm going to move these chairs a bit, because the one here is going to be behind the lectern. There we are. Otherwise, whoever was going to be there was going to be hidden. Thank you. Have we got the Congo yet?
I need a step stool.
It's on YouTube as well, no?
Yes. Just going to leave it there.
Oh. So we're not going to be able to see it. Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed, and thanks. So you can see that the questions are coming in. Picking up, Jennifer, you say a couple of cities are already picking up your idea. And are they in Britain or in other countries?
One of them is in the UK and one in the US.
Okay, so I mean, you really were hoping that you can go big on this.
Oh yeah, obviously it's kind of a test and refine process, and you know we're making all of the mistakes, I'm sure. But I think that we're hopeful that if we can measure the conservation impact of our project and refine the process even further, I think we'd be very, very keen to see other cities doing the same. And you know, hopefully sustainable palm oil will become the norm all over the world, and that's certainly our hope.
Let's take a look at some of the questions. Unfortunately, the panelists, you can't see them. Oh, you can see them here if you've got good eyes. But I just wanted to pick up on this one where it says sustainable palm oil doesn't mean deforestation-free palm oil. RSPO standards are weak and there are evidence that this certificate fails. Now, yes, exactly. That's exactly a perfect question for you.
I agree. The RSPO agrees, I think I can venture to say. And that is why it was very important that we address that criticism during the recent PNC review. And if you were any part of the public consultation, you will have seen that very strong criteria was drafted around no deforestation. Now, the final version was signed off, so to speak, last week, and will be available for viewing soon, if I'm not mistaken.
But what's different about it?
It basically says that you must use the HCS approach to identify the areas that are forest and therefore no-go. The one area that is still undetermined, so to speak, are high forest covered landscapes within high forest covered countries. And HCSA does not yet have a firm solution on that, nor RSPO. So there's a statement that we will develop, try to cohesively develop the methods for an adaptive approach in those regions. And so, yes, I think that's why I say I'm very excited for November, because I think we will be showing a very robust standard that does deliver no deforestation, no peat, and no exploitation.
Anyone else got any thoughts on this? I know that there was when we were looking at people's views on the future and challenges, somebody did suggest that there were too many different standards around, and that there should just be one. I mean, what do you think, Laura? Do you think?
Yes, I just wanted to add on what Michel said, because the Alliance was actually part of the process, and I was a member of the task force on the PNC review, because our companies had taken commitments to achieve 100% sustainable palm oil by 2020, with criteria going beyond the RSPO. And we thought, okay, if we want to make the difference, if we want to help raise the standards, we need to be part of the process. And I think we will have a very good surprise in November, because we have managed to push the HCSA toolkits into the standards. So there's a real improvement, I think, in the next PNCs.
And do you see, Jose, more potential then for promotion and communication around this? Because you were saying that there was this need to go more B2C rather than B2B. Do you think these sort of things can help?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the main problem of the palm oil industry has been the lack of communication to the consumer. The consumer is very poorly informed about the developments of the industry. They hardly heard about what is, sustainability. What is it, sustainability for the consumer? Everyone has a different idea of what is sustainability. At the end of the day, we need to communicate better, and a way to communicate is promotion. Promotion means not only the health, the health properties of the product, but also the environmental aspects.
And what about full traceability? Because somebody here says that you mentioned that oil is traceable to the mill, but how about to the farmer with labour's rights, etc., labour rights? Anyone want to pick up on that? The need to get that traceability right the way back?
Yeah, I think that traceability that law to the farm is really, really difficult. And I don't know what traceability has to do with labor rights. I do acknowledge that there needs to be done something, but the fact that you can't trace the product all the way back to the farm, to me, proves that we need a different solution, and that is a jurisdictional approach, where you don't have to go all the way to the farm, because all the farms that you're looking at are in this jurisdiction. So you solve a huge problem that is rightfully being pointed out by this question, that it is very difficult to trace it all the way up to the farm.
And you talked about needing to have a much closer partnership between the private sector and governments.
Absolutely.
And how would that work in reality? I mean, give us an example of what that could bring about.
Well, I think locally in the countries, people want to do the right thing as well. And they have to be supported in being able to do the right thing. If you don't do that, then you have a difficulty. And one of the things that I don't like so much about certification is that it is a fail or pass thing. So if you don't meet the standard, you are nothing. And in a jurisdictional approach, everyone is something, maybe not so good yet, but you have a chance to bring it up the ladder. And that is what I like about it, so that nobody gets forgotten, and nobody fails, and only people can get better, or landscape can get better.
It is interesting that you say that people want to do the right thing. I mean, you have found that, Jennifer, very much, and Laura, you found that in France. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, how it's just taken off, really.
Yeah, absolutely. In the years that we've been working on the palm oil issue, we've gone from a situation where people had very limited awareness of the issues. I think there has been a lot of media kind of interest in in palm oil generally, and I think, rather than people feeling powerless and kind of depressed about the situation, actually what we're offering people is a solution. It is a journey, and we recognise that, but we can together, working collaboratively, really give people choice and empower them to make more positive decisions.
But Laura, you said that in France people are embracing this. But what do you think about the labelling, for instance, in supermarkets, actually at point of sale? What approach should be taken to that, do you think?
Yeah, I think it all comes back to the consumer, communications towards consumer, because I think we've made there's been a positive switch from the governments, but we still haven't reached out to the consumers. And by the past, there has been, big communication campaigns from. As the French Alliance, we launched in 2014 a communication campaign, and also producing countries have done the same in European countries. But the problem is the credibility of the messenger. That's why we need to have the support of zoos or NGOs who have the credibility in delivering the message. And so we in France have the opportunity with this national strategy on no deforestation to have global communication campaigns supported by the French government, but also the private sectors and the NGOs, to have everyone together to bring the information to consumers, and that's how we will manage to reach out to these consumers.
Somebody asked Jose about why some governments are reluctant to join the Amsterdam Declaration, and it mentions Spain, I think, or it did, yes. Is there any progress on that, and why is that then? That I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here, but...
No, but we wonder why still Spain hasn't signed this declaration. I mean, we like the Spanish government signs it, but we are working on it, but maybe we need some help. There are some members of the Congress today here, and members of some political parties, so
Where are the sticking points, though? What are the difficult points?
I don't really know. I mean, maybe I'm not an expert on that matter, but I think it's maybe somebody else from the room can answer to this question, but or the politicians can answer this question, not me. Tomorrow I can bring the declaration to them to sign, but will they? I don't know.
Okay, let's have a look at some of this. It says. It says RSPO PC are highly dominated by records, which is the most weakest part of smallholders. How surveillance can avoid misleading assessment. Basically, the difficulty of actually being able to keep records by a small farmer. How do you really properly keep track of this? In
a jurisdictional approach, that is really easy to answer, because you look at a whole jurisdiction and you involve local government, local actors to help with this. It's difficult from Europe to start doing something on the documentation side there, but locally it can be done. But people need to want it, and if you create a jurisdictional approach, then suddenly more people are involved and more people are willing to help on these sort of matters.
And we've talked quite a lot about the need for increased productivity by smallholders. Again, I mean, who is actually responsible, do you see, for that? I mean, we heard the scheme in Indonesia this morning. Is it got to be a government thing, or how do we achieve that?
It's a multi-stakeholder thing. It's not only the government, it's not only companies, it's not only farmers, it's everyone together. And I see that if you put everyone together and you let them have a discussion and let them have a goal that can be reached, and you make that into a business case as well, where everybody can make money, then suddenly you have a proposition, to my point of view, that is attractive to everyone, where benefits are for everyone, not only for foreign companies, but also for local people, and that's important.
Mm-hmm. There's a question here that the EU has launched norms regarding 3-MCPD and glycidol and guidelines on good practice. What is industry doing? Are there any commitments to this? Do we have, I don't know, can you, Jose, I don't know whether you can see it or whether you know about that.
The legislation on 3-MCPD is not yet ready, so it's under discussion. So the GE, yes, it is already legislated since February, I think, this year. But the industry committed themselves to mitigate the GE already last summer, so September 2017. So I don't know what the Commission is waiting for. The industry is, in my opinion, ready to mitigate them. We are discussing what is the level we should reach, but if I can say about the Spanish case, we are ready to do that. So we are doing that already. So the technology is there, the willingness is there, and we are doing so.
Okay.
So why don't we get an agreement on that? It's something very interesting to ask to maybe other stakeholders.
So somebody's talking about here that there's a part of the problem is people stating there is evidence without providing the evidence. We end up feeling that we have a discussion that doesn't really have the facts there. I mean, you're nodding. What sort of facts do we need to be able to give to convince people?
Yeah, I think, I'm asked all the time, is it just the preserve of the zoos to kind of tell the palm oil story and to take positive action and to encourage people to support sustainable palm oil? And I think, we all have a responsibility to make sure that we can create that trust with the public that sustainability means sustainability, and to describe that journey and reinforce our commitments. And ultimately what we need to provide the public with is an understanding of the impact of the sustainability movement. And
do people understand even the word sustainability? Because I think it is actually quite a complex thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, and it's something that we get asked a lot at the zoo. What does sustainability mean? So we obviously talk to them about the criteria, both the environmental and social and economic criteria, and we find that people kind of want to understand that context. So yeah, we need to just get a little bit better about describing what our commitments are and the impact that that's having.
Do you have any thoughts, maybe Michelle?
Sorry.
We're talking about needing to have evidence and facts to drive the argument.
Oh, you're absolutely right, and that's why the Pongo Alliance commissioned Borneo Futures to find the facts, to actually have indisputable data that can start to demonstrate the impacts where they exist. And I think we need more opportunities like that. I'm working with a palm oil company now who's inviting researchers to come and measure biodiversity within their landscapes. So once we, and also with the metrics that are introduced into the new PNC, the RSPO then can cultivate some data to measure the impacts. And I think once we have some real data that's not just based on projections or models of trying to think of the scientific word, but it's gone. Yeah, the hard data that will say, look, here's evidence that sustainable palm oil, deforestation-free palm oil is making a difference in numbers, in areas saved, this kind of thing.
Maybe I can. Is it working?
Yeah, it should be.
Can
No.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I just wanted also to comment on that, because 5 years ago, in the French market, there was, negative media coverage, bashing palm oil on the health issue, on environmental issue. And with these facts, for example, we had the EURT in Paris this year in June. We had also the launch of the IUCN reports. And all these facts, these reports, these figures have helped really to rebalance the debate. And now we have a much more balanced media coverage on supporting palm oil, so sustainable palm oil. So we have seen a real switch in the media. So it has taken time. It is a long journey, but we need facts from the ground to make things change.
And you've really seen a switch in the mood of the media.
Yes, exactly. Yes, and first it came in professional media, but now it's on national TV. You have focus on sustainable palm oil, and you can see that, okay, so if you're moving out from palm oil, what is going to be the solution? So we can feel there's a real slight difference in the approach of media today.
Okay. There was a question here about making sure that the voice of the small farmers is actually heard. I mean, you talked about this jurisdictional approach and all the rest of it, but, is that the way, again, that you can, I mean, how do you really can be sure that the people at the center of it are properly being heard?
Absolutely. I believe that sincerely, because this compact, this agreement, social agreement, economic agreement that you make in the jurisdiction contains everybody. So also the small farmers, but also the indigenous groups, but also the companies, because they are part of it, but also the government. Everyone needs to be in there. And if you can create that compact, and IDH is quite far in doing that, and it has created in Brazil already a few in other products, but we are working on that in 6 landscapes in Indonesia as well. If you really do that, and then make sure that the product that comes out of that jurisdiction is being valued by companies, then suddenly everybody sees the benefit of it.
Yeah.
And that means that smallholders, small farmers, are suddenly seeing a way to getting ultimately certified, or beyond, preferably.
Just to before we break for lunch, I wonder whether I could just ask you all a sort of like a magic wand type question. You know, if you could just have one wish, from a European perspective, what more should be being done at European level to boost the uptake of sustainable palm oil, to help this issue? It may be something you've already said, but just in 30 seconds, what is the most important thing that could happen here in Europe? Who should be doing it, or what should it be? Maybe Jose, could you?
Well, first of all, obviously, 100% of the consumption in Europe to be sustainable, that the consumer understands the message of what is sustainability and how the producing countries are, and the refining industry is working on it. And then secondly, if I can say a dream, is that the situation gets back to normal, to what it was 10 years ago, when everybody was eating palm oil, not in abundance, because it's never been an oil-consuming majority. But and so far, I think we have all here present in this room eaten palm oil, and we are all healthy.
Yep.
So we don't have any disease because we have eaten palm oil in the past.
So thank you. Well, Michelle, so quickly, just who should be doing what?
I can't say that there's one magic bullet solution, but I would think that the European downstream, the retailers, consumer goods manufacturers that are currently using sustainable palm oil and have strong commitments, really publicly celebrate and that fact, and spread the word of their leadership to set an example for other companies to follow suit. So and that might be in the form of bearing the RSPO trademark on package where possible.
Thank you. Law?
Yes, for me it would be a call to action to the European Commission to actually put in place this anti-deforestation action plan that I think we've been all waiting for. Yes, so it really be a call to action, because deforestation, it's not only about palm oil, it's a multi-crop and landscape approach, and this is what France is trying to put in place at a national level, but we really need the European Commission to take this at a European level.
And the landscape approach means that it is not palm oil that is just in the firing line, it's lots of
exactly.
different...
We need to talk with soy, with cocoa, all the crops which are aiming around the rainforests. We need to work all together.
Right, thank you.
I agree. It's a collaborative approach, and it's a consistent approach. I think the public get very confused when they hear different messages from different people, and actually if we can all commit to one roadmap, if we can all consistently agree to the solutions on palm oil and other commodities as well, and we can commit to continuous improvement, I think the public will really drive this change, and if we can consistently tell them what the solutions are and what the end goal is, I think that would be a big help.
Thank you. Willem?
Yeah, because the end goal for everyone is exactly the same. No? It's just the way you get there.
Yeah.
I would also like people to work more closely together, and that's why IDH has put up this model that is for everyone to use. We have given a blueprint, and we are proving ourselves that it works, so that people can copy, paste it, do it, help it.
Okay. Well, like, you know, partnership comes out again and again. We will talk about partnership later on. But in the meantime, thank you all very much indeed for your very interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. Absolutely on time, you see. We're back on track. I hate it when we go all over the place. I need to have perfect control. So we have lunch and then we're back. I'm not sure actually when we're back. I don't know. You'll see on your program. Is it what, are we got 1 hour, 1.5 hours? 1.5 hours for lunch. So it's 2:30. 2:30. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.